Again, is there any comments or questions dealing with this great presentation and subject matter of time? Is there any comments or questions before I jump into this presentation? Maybe I can include your comment or your question. Well, let me ask this to the listening audience. Is it fair to say that there are two opinions about the law of time?
Absolutely. Probably more. Yes, sir.
Wait a minute.
Well, again, today's presentation will be called, and we are asking a question by way of this presentation. And this presentation denotes a flyer that the House of Yisrael had put together and sent out to many of the leaders and mores of the House of Israel several years ago. And on that flyer, there were 7 questions that denote one opinion and denoted the instructions that we find throughout our entire Holy Scripture. Thus, the title of today's presentation is the 8th question. And that question again, which is our title today, Israel, how long halt you between two opinions of the law of time? So we're going to present this presentation. We're going to show from the end to the beginning all that Yahweh has ever said that is found in our Holy Scriptures about this great subject matter called time. And then we will end or conclude this great presentation with the material that is found on the flyer that is sent or that was sent to the houses of Israel. And we will be justified of this flyer by the presentation that we will present first. Our brother Yamin Israel will read Psalms 9 and Psalms 50 for us all, and then we'll jump straight into this great presentation. Brother Yamin, are you ready?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Shalom, shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, can we please turn to Psalms 9, please? That is Psalms 9. It reads, I will praise thee, O Yahweh, with my whole heart. I will shew forth all thy marvelous works. I will be glad and rejoice in thee. I will sing praise to thy name, O thou Most High. When my enemies are turned back, they shall fall and perish at thy presence. For thou hast maintained my right and my cause. Thou sattest in the throne judging right. Thou hast rebuked the heathen. Thou hast destroyed the wicked. Thou hast put out their name forever and ever. O thou enemy, destructions are come to a perpetual end, and thou hast destroyed cities. Their memorial is perished with them, but Yahweh shall endure forever. He hath prepared his throne for judgment, and he shall judge the world in righteousness. He shall minister judgment to the people in uprightness. Yahweh also will be a refuge for the oppressed, a refuge in times of trouble. And they that know thy name will put their trust in thee. For thou, Yahweh, hast not forsaken them that seek thee. Sing praises to Yahweh, which dwelleth in Zion. Declare among the people his doings. When he maketh inquisitions for blood, he remembereth them. He forgetteth not the cry of the humble. And the translation of this says, the afflicted. Have mercy upon me, O Yahweh. Consider my trouble which I suffer of them that hate me. Thou that liftest me up from the gates of death, that I may show forth all thy praise. In the gates of the daughter of Zion, I will rejoice in thy salvation. The heathen are sunk down in the pit that they made, and the net which they hid is their own foot taken. Yahweh is known by the judgment which he executed. The wicked is snared in the work of his own hands. Hikion, and that means meditation. Selah. The wicked shall be turned into hell, and all the nations that forget Elohim. For the needy shall not always be forgotten. The expectation of the poor shall not perish forever. Arise, O Yahweh, let not man prevail. Let the heathen be judged in thy sight. Put them in fear, O Yahweh, that the nations may know themselves to be but men. Hallelujah. As our dear brother stated, we would like everyone to turn to Psalm 50, please. That is Psalms 5-0. It reads, the mighty Elohim, even Yahweh, have spoken, and called the earth from the rising of the sun unto the going down thereof. Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, Elohim have shined. Our Elohim shall come, and shall not keep silence. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very tempestuous round about him. He shall call to the heavens from above and to the earth, that he may know, that he may judge his people. Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. And the heavens shall declare his righteousness, for Elohim is judge himself. Selah. Hear, O my people, and I will speak, O Israel, and I will testify against thee. I am Elohim, even thy Elohim. I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices or thy burnt offerings, to have been continually before me. I will take no bullock out of thine house, nor he-goats out of thy folds. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. I know all the fowls of the mountains, and the wild beasts of the fields are mine. If I were hungry, I will not tell thee, for the world is mine, and the fullness thereof. Will I eat the flesh of bulls, or drink the blood of the goats? Offer unto Elohim thanksgiving, and pay thy vows unto the Most High, and call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and shall glorify me, and thou shalt glorify me. But unto the wicked Elohim said, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth? Seeing thou hatest instruction, and castest my words behind thee. When thou sawest a thief, then thou consentest with him, and hast been partaker with adulterers. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Thou slanderest thy own mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I kept silence. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such as one as thyself, but I will reprove thee, and set them in order before thy eyes. Now consider this, ye that forget Elohim, lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. Whoso offers praise glorifieth me, and to him that ordereth his conversation aright will I show the salvation of Elohim. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And shalom, Israel. Again, today's presentation will be called by way of question, Israel, how long halt you between two opinions of the law of time? And this question is used by way of what is found in 1 Kings, the 18th chapter, the 21st verse, where it told us again where the Israelites found themselves in a matter of controversy. Thus, it told us in 1 Kings, the 18th chapter, the 21st verse, and Elijah came into all the people and said, how long halt ye between two opinions? If Yahweh be Elohim, follow him. But if Baal, then follow him. And the people, the Israelites, answered him not a word. And by the time we get done with this presentation, there is not going to be many Israelites that's going to be able to answer this presentation by a word. The only word they are going to be able to respond with is amen. For the Almighty also told the Israelites, according to Deuteronomy, the 27th chapter, the 26th verse, cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law and do them. And all the people shall say amen, especially those that know, believe, and understand that Yahweh is their Elohim, and they are going to follow all of his words, not someone else, not thou, not the Lord, not your teacher, not the studies of Christianity, but they are only going to follow the instructions of Yahweh their Elohim. Before we start the presentation, I would like to speak from the book of wisdom to warn us by way of these great words that we may fear every word of Elohim, and that we may fear Elohim himself, and that we may depart from evil, whatever evil way that is exposed today, that we may depart from that evil. Before we get to the words of wisdom, I would like to give thanks and praise to the Creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying hallelujah. And I would like to also ask that Creator, which is the only Creator, that he allows the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart to be acceptable in his sight. We are talking about Yahweh, our strength and our Redeemer. Also at this time, make sure you have in Holy Scripture a pen and a piece of paper that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures dealing with the subject matters tithing that we will give forth this day. So let us get straight into the subject matter. And the first words of warning that we will present is found in Proverbs, the very first chapter. And I would love to read the first 9 verses that we find in the first chapter of Proverbs. So let us all turn our Holy Scriptures to Proverbs chapter 1. And what we find in Proverbs chapter 1 is how to get wisdom, how to understand these great words, these great parables that our fathers used to explain the instructions that Yahweh gave into them. Thus we find in Proverbs chapter 1 at the very first verse, and it reads, the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice and judgment and equity, to give subtlety to the simple, to the young man knowledge and discretion. A wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall attain into wise counsel. To understand a proverb and the interpretation, the words of the wise, and their dark sayings. The fear of Yahweh is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. So if one is going against the instructions that we will show forth this day, the Almighty, by the mouth of wisdom or by the mouth of Solomon, allows us to know that they should be denoted as fools if they add or take away any word of these great instructions that we will bring forth dealing with time. It continues to tell us in the 8th and 9th verse, my son, hear the instruction of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother. For they shall be an ornament, and that is the instruction in the law. For they shall be an ornament of grace into thy head, not a crown of shame, but an ornament of grace into thy head, and chains about thy neck. It also tells us in the book of wisdom, by way of warning, before we get into this great presentation, which is called Israel, how long halt you between two opinions of the law of time? Let's pick up in the 15th chapter of Proverbs. Let us all please turn our holy scriptures to the 15th chapter of Proverbs. And we will use this entire proverb or this entire chapter to warn Israel before we get into this most serious subject, which is called time. Thus, let us all have turned to Proverbs, the 15th chapter, and let's pick up in the very first verse of Proverbs, the 15th chapter. And it reads, by way of warning, we must use this wisdom. And we get this wisdom by fearing Yahweh and believing, knowing, and understanding every word of Elohim is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add not into his words, lest he reprove thee, as we will do this day, and thy be found a liar. It reads in Proverbs 15:1, a soft answer turns away wrath, but grievous words stir up anger. The tongue of the wise use knowledge of right, but the mouth of fools pours out foolishness. The eyes of Yahweh are in every place, beholding the evil and the good. A wholesome tongue is a tree of life, but perverseness therein is a breach in the spirit. A fool despises his father's instruction. Don't forget what we just read in Proverbs 1. But he that regards reproof is prudent. In the house of the righteous is much treasure, but in the revenues of the wicked is trouble. The lips of the wise despise knowledge, but the heart of the foolish does not so. The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to Yahweh. Please take note. Make sure the sacrifices that you are doing is according to the word of your Creator. Other than that, they will be an abomination in his eyes. I don't care what you say you're doing the best you can of. We don't care what you proclaim that you give Yahweh the benefit of the doubt on. Yahweh has stated by the wisest man that he has created, it says again in the 8th verse, the sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to Yahweh. Maybe not so to your brothers and sisters, but to your Creator, it is an abomination. But the prayer of the upright, those that believe, know, and understand the instructions, and is willing to confirm every word as it is written, the Almighty says, the prayer of the upright is his delight. The way of the wicked is an abomination unto Yahweh, but he loves him that follow after righteousness. And what is more righteous than every word of the instruction? Correction is grievous unto him that forsake the way, and he that hate reproof shall die. Please take note. Hell and destruction are before Yahweh. How much more than the hearts of the children of men? A scorner love not one that reprove, and we have found, according to Proverbs 9, how to tell if you are a scorner. Because the Almighty allows us to know once you reprove one, they will allow you to know if they are a scorner or not by their ways. And one of the ways that they will show that they are a scorner is by rejecting the words that you have used to reprove them therewith. And they are only being reproved because they have either added or diminished from the word of Yahweh, as I stated or quoted according to Proverbs 30:5 and 6. It continues to tell us, second. In the 12th verse of the 15th chapter of Proverbs, a scorner love not. And the Almighty said again, the way that we could tell a scorner is by when we reprove him. And if his actions is of hate, then he is truly a scorner. But it also allows us to know if you reprove a wise man, he will love you. So just in their acts, will allow us, we that fear Yahweh and depart from evil, and is willing to confirm, acknowledge, and witness every word. When we speak to them, they're going to show us love. But if they are truly a scorner, they will not show you love. They will show you hate. And that is what Yahweh called their actions. And they will not take heed to any of thy words. Thus it tells us, again in its entirety, in the 12th verse, a scorner loves not one that reproves him, neither will he go into the wise. A merry heart makes a cheerful countenance, but by sorrow of the heart the spirit is broken. The heart of him that hath understanding seeketh knowledge, but the mouth of fools feed on foolishness. All the days of the afflicted are evil, but he that is of a merry heart hath a continual feast. Better is little with the fear of Yahweh than great treasures and trouble therewith. Better is a dinner of herbs where love is than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. The wrathful man stirs up strife, but he that is slow to anger appeases strife. The way of the slothful man is as an hedge of thorns, but the way of the righteous is made plain. A wise son maketh a glad father, but a foolish man despises his mother. Based on what we read in first chapter of Proverbs, this despising his mother is a simulation of despising the law. It tells us in the 21st verse, folly is joy to him that is destitute of wisdom. But a man of understanding walks uprightly. Without counsel, purpose are disappointed. But in the multitude of counselors, all of these chapter and verses that we will bring forth today, they are established. A man have joy by the answer of his mouth, and a word spoken in due season or in his season, how good is it? The way of life is above to the wise, that he may depart from hell beneath. Yahweh will destroy the house of the proud, but he will establish the borders of the widow. Those that many of us have stolen from by way of tithes and offerings. It tells us in the 26th verse, the thoughts of the wicked are an abomination to Yahweh, but the words of the pure are pleasant words. He that is greedy of gain troubles his own heart, his own house. But he that hates gifts shall live. The heart of the righteous studies to answer, but the mouth of the wicked pulls out evil things. Yahweh is far from the wicked, but he hears the prayer of the righteous. Maybe that's why you're able to hear this reproof today, because many have cried because they have been robbed and because of false burdens have been put on them. It reads, the heart of the righteous studies to answer, but the mouth of the wicked pulls out evil things. Yahweh is far from the wicked, but he hears the prayers of the righteous. The light of the eyes rejoice the heart, and a good report makes the bones fat. The ear that hears the reproof of life abides among the wise. He that refuses instructions despises his own soul, and everyone that follows him. It says, but he that hears reproof gets understanding. The fear of Yahweh is the instruction of wisdom. And before honor, you must humble yourself and confess this truth. It says, before honor is humility. Also, it tells us, if we turn to Psalms 78, and let's read the first 8 verses that we find there. Psalms 78. And it tells us in Psalm 78, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, as our brother Yamin have read from Psalms 9 and Psalms 50, it tells us in Psalm 78, give ear, O my people, to my law, incline your ears to the words of my mouth. That way we're going to understand these laws of time. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old. For the law of time is of old. It tells us, which we have heard, and we're going to hear it again, and known, and our fathers have told us. We will not hide them from their children. We must reveal the truth. We are the children. We are the children of the living Elohim. These words belong to us, and we are to teach them, confirm them, witness them as they are written, as our fathers did. It reads in the 4th verse of the 78th chapter of Psalms, we will not hide them from their children, showing to the generation to come. Note, these words denote praises and giving glory to the creator of the heaven and earth. It reads, showing to the generation to come the praises of Yahweh and his strength and his wonderful works that he alone have done. For he established a testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers that they should make them known to their children, as we will do this day, that the generation to come might know them, even the children, our youth, which should be born, who shall arise and declare them to their children. Well, what has been declared to us thus far, based on his two opinions, is not the instructions thereof that we find throughout our Holy Scriptures. The 7th and 8th verse, which will be the last two verses that I will read out of Psalm 78, it reads, that they might set their hope in Elohim. With a hope that is set based on the teachings of the houses of Israel and all these other forms of religion is not the words that we should hope in. Instead, we will prove that our hope and our doings by way of tithes in our captivity is only an abomination, as Yahweh stated it would be. That they might set their hope in Elohim and not forget the words of Elohim, but keep his commandments. Time is in the commandments. It dwells among the covenants of the law. It reads, and might not be as their fathers, stubborn, stealing, not honest, lying, adding and taking away from the words of Yahweh by way of tithes and offerings. It concludes in the 8th verse, and might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit denotes a breach. It reads, in whose spirit was not steadfast. Their spirit was not according to every word with Yahweh. Also, let us take a quick look in the book of Amos, just to bring everything to a head and to establish why we are to hear and confirm every word of this presentation. That way we will squash the controversy. By the time we get done, there should be only one opinion dealing with the law of time, and that opinion is the words that we find written in this book. Amos, the 3rd chapter, please. And it reads in Amos, the 3rd chapter, the first 3 verses. And it reads, hear this word that Yahweh has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family, which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquities. because it has been said, according to Psalms 147, 19 and 20, that the Almighty only gave his word unto us. He only gave the instructions to us. So if you add or take away from the instructions, if you don't confirm and witness every word, then the Almighty has said that he will punish you for all your iniquities. And then he asked the question, or the question is asked, based on the one giving the instructions and based on those that was to follow the instructions. The question asked, how or can two walk together except they be agreed? And the only way we're going to no longer have two opinions of the law of time is that those that have done anything other than what is found in this book dealing with tithes, those that have added and diminished from the words of tithes, they must confess. They must humble themselves. That way, there will no longer be two opinions. The only opinion that will ever matter is the opinion that we find written in our Holy Scriptures. And the last place I would love to go to before we get into the presentation is found in Isaiah. Let's turn to the book of Isaiah, and let's read from the 55th chapter of Isaiah, and let's read the first 3 verses that we find in Isaiah 55. And it reads, "Ho, everyone that thirsts." And many times we find ourselves among these fools because we was thirsty. We was seeking for the higher power. We was looking for the creator of the heaven and earth. And these jokers told us that they know him. And they promised us that they will only teach us what Yahweh has said. They will only teach us what we was looking for, and we was seeking the true and living Elohim. Well, in the process, they charged us for the information. Even though it wound up being misinformation, they charged us the same. And they charged us by way of tithes and offerings. To no avail, because the children still find themselves going to and fro throughout the earth and have not found the true words of Yahweh, especially dealing with the law of time. Thus it tells us in the first verse of Isaiah 55, "Ho, everyone that thirsts, come ye to the waters, and he that hath no money, come ye and buy." Well, that's not what's told in these churches. That's not what's told in these congregations, nor the classes or the houses of Israel. If you are not paying, you're going to be ridiculed. You're not welcomed. You are considered as the wicked, even though you sit before them. But if you don't give out that money, you are considered as the wicked. If you happen to be considering, but you are not for sure, and if you question it, if you don't take the answer of the crook that's robbing you, you are considered wicked. You are considered evil. You are considered one that teach against the law. Well, the Almighty used Isaiah to tell his people, and he that had no money, come ye buy and eat. Yea, come buy wine and milk without money and without price, because the word don't cost. The Almighty never told Israel that you will not hear my word unless you pay tithes. But that's what these jokers tell us today. That's what these people that Solomon called fools today. The second verse says, wherefore do ye spend money for that which is not bread? The Almighty told us in Deuteronomy 8th chapter that man should not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of his mouth shall man live. Wherefore do ye spend money for that which is not bread? And your labor, that's what they collected. They have never collected a tithe. They have collected your labor. And they collected it by way of following Christianity. So they are teaching the same thing that the Christians teach. They're not asking for the increase of the land of promise. They're asking for the increase of your labor, your wages, your income. Wherefore do you spend money for that which is not bread, and your labor for that which satisfied not? Every time you go in your pocket, you come out of that class unsatisfied and broke with less money. It tells us, hearken diligently into the instructions. It reads, hearken diligently into me, and eat ye that which is good, every word. And let your soul delight itself in fatness. The last verse that I will read from this 55th chapter of Isaiah. Incline your ear and come into me. Hear, and your soul shall live. And I will make an everlasting covenant to all those that hear, to all those that refuses the words of their brothers and sisters, but take firm heed to all the instructions of Yahweh. It says, and I will make an everlasting covenant with you. And what would this covenant denote? Even the sure mercies of David. It also tells us, if we turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 14th chapter. But before we start reading from Genesis, the 14th chapter, I will love to make a note, bring forth some information by way of my notes before we get into the presentation and before we start in the book of Genesis, the 14th chapter. That way we can use this or ponder on this information as we produce all of the scriptures that we will produce this day to show that there is no two opinions. Yahweh's word is the opinion, and anybody that is not accepting the opinion is against the word. Your opinion don't count. Our Creator word counts. According to the information that I would love to bring forth, dealing with the law of time and the words that we will find in the book of Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, the 22nd verse to the 29th verse. And it allows us to know, dealing with the 22nd verse to the 27th verse, every year a tenth of the agricultural produce and a token offering, which denoted the firstlings from the flock, are to be dedicated at the central sanctuary and eaten there, to allow for the long distance that some must travel. And please take note, because you are making a distinction today. You're going to be able to show the difference today when your brothers and sisters tell you that tithes was money, and right here it says money. Well, in the note, even though we would show these things by way of our presentation, the notes that I am sharing says to allow for the long distance that some must travel to Jerusalem. It is permitted to turn the tithe into money. You never turn money into money. So it's allowing us to know that the tithe was other than money. It reads, and to Persia equivalent produce in Jerusalem for the sacrificial meal. The Levites are to share in the food with the worshipers. And then we find in Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, the 28th and the 29th verse, which denote every third year the tithe is to be kept within your towns, your gates, instead of brought to Jerusalem. And the Levites and the widow and the stranger and the fatherless are to be fed from it. It also tells us in these great notes, it also allows us to know what we just read. It denoted and envisioned the Levites as still living throughout Israel before it was actually centralized to be in Jerusalem. It says, in contrast to the larger framework which legislates their transfer to Jerusalem, is yet another indication of older origin of some of the book's content. Whether this time ceremony is the same as the first fruits ceremony of 26:111 is uncertain. These traditions, it says the P version of the tithing law that's found in Numbers, the 18th chapter, 21 to 32, conceives the entire tithe as giving to the Levites, who in turn are to give a tenth of the tithe to the Aaronic priesthood. Perhaps D, which is another form of tradition, represents the N, which is a form of tradition, practice, and the P, which is a form of tradition. And this form of tradition is how and what is used for the compilers of the Bible, how we got the Bible today, the sources that was used to make what we have today in our hands. That of Jerusalem. Early Yehudanites harmonized the discrepancies by adding the D source tie to the P source tie. Whether the two were harmonized before the exile or whether the D simply replaced P at Jerusalem after 622, or whether the P law did not originate until after the exile. All are possibilities, but none could be demonstrated. This offering of tithes and first fruits at the central sanctuary is widely thought to have been in conjunction with one of the three annual fixed feasts. And the fixed feast that it denotes is the Feast of Weeks, which we will show forth in Deuteronomy, the 16th chapter, the 9th to the 12th verse. This may be true, at least in the sense that the Feast of Weeks marked it the beginning of the period of time, the period of the increased growing, continuing on through the summer when such an offering were made. If so, on every third feast, which we will show according to Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, the 28th verse, it tells us, if so, on every third feast of weeks, the tying ceremony was not observed at Jerusalem, because it was just told, and it would allow them to know that they was to pay those tithes from their gates. They wasn't supposed to travel to Jerusalem. Thus, let us turn our scriptures to Genesis, the 14th chapter. The first place that we find the words tithe being used and the instruction thereof in our Holy Scriptures. Genesis, the 14th chapter. And it tells us in Genesis, the 14th chapter, and it reads, I'll start at the 18th verse and read to the 20th verse. And this is the first mentioning of a tithe. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, please take note of what you're reading, and please take note that this tithe, no matter who paid it, was paid in the land of Canaan, which we will find that Yahweh have called the glory of all lands. So again, this tithe, which denote attempt of the increase, was paid the first time, paid in the land of Canaan. And throughout our study, we will find that that was the only land where tithes have ever been collected from and paid from. The 19th verse reads, Well, let me finish reading the 18th verse in its entirety. And Melchizedek, king of Salem, which was the original name or the older name of Jerusalem, which is found in the land of Canaan. It is the great city of the land of Canaan, brought forth bread and wine. And he was the priest of the Most High Elohim. And he blessed him and said, blessed be Abram of the Most High Elohim, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed, please take note of the 20th verse, be the Most High of Elohim, which hath delivered thy enemies into thy hand. And he gave him tithes of all. So we find that the word tithe is being used. We find it's being used in the land of Canaan. And we find that it is being given to a priest of the Most High Elohim. Elyon. Elyon. We also find, and please take note of this because it allows us to have a connection of Abraham with the city of Jerusalem, which later on in perspective, his grandchildren will possess, and King David will make as the city of Yahweh, and that city will be the city that Yahweh placed his name in. Thus, it tells us in the 28th chapter of Genesis, if we turn there, please. And I will try to go in chronological order as we have it in our scriptures today. That way you don't have to jump all over the place to get an understanding of the law of time. And it will allow you to know that Yahweh changes not. It tells us in the 28th chapter of Genesis, if we take a look at the 22nd verse, the 22nd verse of Genesis, the 18th chapter. I'll start at the 20th verse, and it reads, and Jacob vowed a vow, saying, if Elohim will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house. Well, based on the 14th chapter, where was his father's house? Was it in Ur or was it in the land of Canaan? It reads, in peace, then shall Yahweh be my Elohim. And this stone, which I have set for a pillar. Well, this stone that he's talking about, that he set for a pillar, is in the land of Bethel, or the city of Bethel. The city of Bethel is in the land of Canaan. So he has asked Yahweh, if you bring me back to my father's house, which is in the land of Canaan, in peace, Then shall Yahweh be my Elohim, and this stone which I have set up for a pillar shall be Elohim's house, and of all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the tenth, a tithe, into thee. So far, everything is consistent. As we read in Psalm 78, the father was to tell the children, and the children was to tell their children. There was never to be two opinions. There was never to be two instructions. Thus, so far, we find Abraham and his grandson following the instructions, and we find that the fathers have told the children. And we are to tell our children these same exact words. Thus, let us turn our scripture chronologically to the book of Leviticus. The book of Leviticus. This is the second book that we find the word time. And we find that which represents the law of time. Leviticus, the 27th chapter, please. And what we find in Leviticus, the 27th chapter, and note, your brother is taking you chronologically. And note that I went from Genesis, the first book, to Leviticus, the third book. And it allows us to know that the word of time is nowhere mentioned in the book of Exodus. And you should ask yourself why. Why not? Because the Almighty never commanded us in the book of Genesis, in the book of Exodus about time. It was not made known because we found ourselves in another man's land that was not Israelite, nor was it the land that your fathers paid tithes in. And since I said that, I need you to make note that many Christians, and so do our brothers that call themselves Israel. 1 minute they talking against the Christian, the next minute they riding with the same theory. They teach that the Sabbath have always been the Sabbath. The Sabbath was made and sanctified before it was given to Israel. That's why we under the Sabbath. Well, that teachings come by way of Christianity, even though you hear our brothers and sisters that call themselves Israelites teaching in the same wise. And they also use that theory when it comes to time. For they will readily say, well, brother, you just showed where Abraham and Jacob paid tithes before the law. So it allows us to know, based on the Christian teaching, that time came before the law. So you are allowed to tithe today, just like they teach, you are allowed to keep the Sabbath, because according to Genesis 2, the Almighty made the Sabbath. Well, that has nothing to do with the covenant of the law that was made with the Israelites. It has nothing to do with that. Because what we are debating, or what we are reproving, is two opinions of this one law. So there's only one opinion. There's only one truth. There's only one instruction dealing with the law of tithe. But I just wanted to shoot that out and have that on the recording, because many of our brothers and sisters that call themselves Israel, that's in the house houses of Israel are teaching the same thing that the Christians teach. They have came up with the same reasoning dealing with the Sabbath and the tithe. The same reasoning that the Christians use, our brothers and sisters of the house of Israel are using the same theory, which is blasphemy, which is nothing but another abomination in the eyes of Yahweh. Thus, let us go to the second book where tithes is mentioned. And again, that is Leviticus, the 27th chapter, and let's pick up at the 30th verse. Leviticus, the 27th chapter, the 30th verse reads, and all the tithe of the land, singular, not the world, whether of the seed of the land or of the fruit of the tree, is Yahweh, it is holy unto Yahweh. So it's letting us know the tithe of the land, whether of seed of the land or of the fruit of the tree, is holy unto Yahweh. Not no money. Don't forget, in the notes I just gave out, the only time money came up is based on the long travel that the Israelites had to go or take to this one city. So they were allowed, provisions was made that they could sell their produce for money, and then once they get to that place, they were to use the money for the equivalent produce. It continues to tell us in the 31st verse, and if a man will at all redeem aught of his tithe, he shall add thereto the fifth part thereof. Many people uses this and say they uses this to continue to steal from the people, and they use this verse to say, well, if you find yourself in distress, if you find yourself in debt, if you find yourself in trouble, then you can borrow from these tithes that I have robbed you with. But when you pay me back, and don't forget, it's your money that you borrowed from, and it ain't got nothing to do with tithes, but under their opinion, they have told you that your money is the tithe. So they done set up a device, a foolish device, that tells one if you need to borrow some money, you can borrow from the tithe that you have given. But when you return that which you have borrowed, you must pay a fifth with it. It reminds me of a loan shark. That's what loan sharks do. There are many people, there are many institutions that will loan you money, but you must take note of the interest that they have put on it. That has nothing to do with time. That has nothing to do with the ways of Yahweh. But it has everything to do with the teachings of the houses of Israel. It continued to read in that 31st verse, and if a man will at all redeem aught of his tithe, and please look up the word redeem, he shall add thereto the fifth part thereof. And concerning the tithe of the herd, note what the tithe denotes. And concerning the tithe of the herd or of the flock, even of whatsoever passes under the rod. Money don't pass under the rod. It don't have feet. It got wings. It got wings where you will have it one day and you won't have it the next, but it don't have feet. So it's not talking about money as a source of tithe. The tenth shall be holy unto Yahweh. He shall not search whether it be good or bad, neither shall he change it. And if he change it at all, please take note, then both it and the change thereof shall be holy. It shall not be redeemed. Again, please look up the word redeemed. The next book or the next place that we find the word time, where we find the law, for we are truly reading from the law. When we jumped in Leviticus, the 27th chapter, it was the start of the law, based on what we heard our fathers knew, Abraham and Jacob. But in the 27th chapter of Leviticus is the first rendering of the law of time. The next rendering of the law of time is found in Numbers, the 18th chapter. And I've taken the people this route to let you see without a shadow of a doubt the true instructions that Yahweh gave Israel under the covenant of the law, dealing with the law of time. If you add or if you diminish, you are a fool, and you are not confirming, nor acknowledging, nor witnessing the truth. Numbers, the 18th chapter, which is the third place that we find time, but it is found in the fourth book, which is called the book of Numbers. And these laws of time is given to Israel at this time because they find themselves no longer in the enemy's land. So they find themselves in the wilderness receiving these instructions on the law of time to be done in the land of promise, the land that Yahweh was taking them to. And the way that you can prove that is there is no mention of time in the book of Exodus, nor is there any demonstration or any testimony where the Israelites tithed from the wilderness. How about that? There's not one word where the Israelites tithed in the wilderness. They were in the wilderness for 40 years. Things have grown and died, but you won't find one word where Israel was commanded to pay Israel or to pay tithe from the wilderness. But we find many words in the wilderness instructing Israel what to do, instructing Israel about the law of time that they must do when they enter the land of promise. Numbers, the 18th chapter, and let's pick up at the 21st verse, please. Numbers, the 18th chapter, and the 21st verse tells us this. And behold, I have given the children of Levi all the tenth in Israel, not in the world, not in the wilderness, not in Egypt, but it reads again, and behold, I have given the children of Levi all the tenth in Israel for an inheritance. Please take note of this. Please take note of this, because I'm going to shock you with something in the end. I'm going to show you how tying is, and where it would only be possible to be a recipient of time by being in your dwellings, your inheritance. Thus it reads in the 21st verse, and behold, I have given the children of Levi all the tenth in Israel for an inheritance, for their service which they serve, even the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. Neither must the children of Israel henceforth come nigh the tabernacle of the congregation, lest they bear sin and die. But the Levite shall do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, and they shall bear their iniquity, and it shall be a statute, a law, or ordinance. Under the covenant of the law, it reads, and it shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, that among the children of Israel they have no inheritance. The 24th verse reads, but the tithe of the children of Israel, which they offer as an heave offering, and to Yahweh I have given to the Levites to inherit. Therefore, the reason why I have said unto them, among the children of Israel, they shall have no inheritance. So here is another rendering of time and how tithes was to be paid, who they were to be given to, and what they was to receive, a tenth. We also find, if we take a look at the 25th and the 25th to the 28th verse of Numbers, the 18th chapter, it shows how the tithes or the tenth was given to the priest by the Levites. Thus, it tells us in the 25th verse, and Yahweh speak unto Moses, saying, thus speak unto the Levites, and say unto them, when you take of the children of Israel the tithe, which I have given you from them for your inheritance, then ye shall offer up an heave offering. A heave offering denotes a tenth of all, the tenth of all the best. It reads, a heave offering of it for Yahweh, even a tenth part of the tithe. And this your heave offering shall be reckoned into you as though it was the corn of the threshing floor, and as the fullness of the winepress. Thus ye also shall offer an heave offering to Yahweh of all your tithes, which ye receive of the children of Israel, and ye shall give thereof Yahweh heave offering unto Aaron, the priest. out of all your gifts, please take note, ye shall offer every heave offering of Yahweh of all the best thereof, even the hollow part thereof out of it. Thus, it just told us how the Levites, based on the law, the book of Numbers is the law, how the Levites was to give a tenth of the best of all that they had collected from the Israelites from paying their tithes. They were to give Aaron and his family the best, a tenth of the best, which is known as a heave offering. The next place that we find where tithing is made mention and the regulations of the law thereof is in Deuteronomy, which is known as the 5th book of the law. Thus, let us turn again to the book of the law, Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. For that is the first place where we will find the laws of tithing in the book of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, please. And you must take these notes down. That way, when your brother tell you otherwise than what we see out of the mouth of Yahweh, you know where to go and show them that is absolutely incorrect, brother. You have either added or taken away. Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, please. And let's please pick up at the 5th verse. And it reads, but into the place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose. Please take note of the instructions. Anything other than that is just an opinion. And we're not seeking anybody's opinions. We find ourselves going to and fro throughout the earth, seeking the true words of Yahweh. And many of us have not found it. Well, you're going to find it today, dealing with the law of time. But into the place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even into his habitation shall you seek. Not his class that he might be running in captivity, but his actual inhabitation, his lot that Yahweh has given his tribe. It reads, and thither thy shalt come. This is a particular place, not every place. And thither ye shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices and your tithes and heave offerings, which was what we just read, a tenth of the best that was given to the Aaronic priesthood or Aaron household. It says, your offerings of your hand and your vows and your free will offerings and the firstlings of your herd and of your flock. And there, not everywhere, not any place, but there ye shall eat before Yahweh your Elohim. And ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand into, ye in your households, wherein Yahweh thy Elohim, note, hath blessed thee. this increase that we're going to teach on, come by way of blessing. It do not come by way of a raise or by way of you going back to school making a little more money. That has nothing to do with these holy words. It reads in the 8th verse, ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. And where was they at in that day? In the wilderness. Every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. For ye are not as yet come to the rest, your dwelling, and to the inheritance which Yahweh your Elohim give you. And if you don't believe that, all you got to read is Psalms 95, verse 11. But when? For there is a time and season for everything under the sun. But when ye go over Jordan, well, what do Jordan denote? Does it not denote the land of Canaan? And dwell, your dwelling, in the land which Yahweh, your Elohim, give you to inherit. For many years, the house of Israel have taught that Israel dwellings is wherever they at, wherever they find themselves. Based on Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 2nd and 3rd verse, they have misconstrued that verse and taught for many years that Israel dwellings is wherever they are at. And this 10th verse reproves them by the mouth of Yahweh. For it reads again, but when ye go over Jordan, the land of Canaan, and dwell in the land, your dwellings, which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit. So your dwelling is your inheritance. And your inheritance is not found wherever you at. It is only found in one land. And no, it is the land that Yahweh gave you. He didn't give you captivity. You're being punished in the enemy's land. You're being serviced and afflicted in the stranger's land. It says, and when he give you rest, that's another great talking point that you can use. Ain't nowhere in the world we supposed to be paying tithes here, and we ain't resting. We know that we wake up each and every day, and all we endure is trials and tribulations, labor and sorrow, servitude and affliction, but you're still in your pocket thinking you're paying the tithe. It reads, and when you give the rest, and when he give you rest from all your enemies round about, so that ye dwell in safety, then, and only then, there shall be a place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Tighter shall ye bring all that I command you. And please circle that word ALL, because it's going to indict anyone that add or diminish from these instructions. All that I command you, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and the heave offering, which is a tenth of the tenth of the best of all the tithes of your hand, and all your choice vows, which ye vow unto Yahweh. And ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim, ye and your sons, and your daughters, and your manservants, and your maidservants, and the Levite that is within your gates. For as much as he hath no part nor inheritance with you. He don't have no inheritance in the land. You do. So it must denote the land that you inherit. The 13th verse reads, Take heed to thyself, that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest. That includes the tithes and all these instructions. But in the place which Yahweh shall choose, he has not chosen the land that you find yourself being in servitude and afflicted. But in the place which Yahweh shall choose in one of thy tribes, there I shall offer thy burnt offerings, and there thou shalt do all that I command thee. Notwithstanding, thou mayest kill and eat flesh in all thy gates, whatsoever thy soul lust after, according to the blessing of Yahweh thy Elohim, which he hath given thee. The unclean and the clean may eat thereof, as of the roebuck and as of the hart. Only ye shall not eat the blood, ye shall pour it upon the earth as water. Thou mayest not eat within thy gates. No, every instant dealing with tithes and offerings, it is only mentioned to be done in your land. Thou mayest not eat within thy gates the tithe of thy corn, or of thy wine, or of thy oil, or the firstling of the herd, or of the flock. But you can eat the money. That makes no sense, nor do you see such a thing. It continued to tell us, nor any of thy vows, which thy vowest, nor thy free will offering, or heave offering of thy hand. The 18th verse reads, But thou must eat them before Yahweh thy Elohim, in the place which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose, thou and thy son. It don't change based on what we read in Psalm 78. It reads, And thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gates. And thou shalt rejoice before Yahweh, thy Elohim, in all that thou puttest thy hands into. The last verse I will read is this 19th verse. It reads, Take heed to thyself, that thou forsake not the Levite. How? By way of time, for they have no inheritance. It reads, As long as thou live upon the land. In many places, in many translations, it is earth. We also find in the book of Deuteronomy concerning the law of time, if we turn to the 14th chapter of Deuteronomy. The 14th chapter of Deuteronomy. And here we find, based on the note that I read and made sure it was recorded, dealing with Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, the 22nd verse to the 29th verse, the law pertaining to time. It tells us in Leviticus, the 14th chapter, the 22nd verse, it reads, "Thou shalt truly tithe all the increase of thy seed, that the field brings forth year by year." That is plain and simple. The only way that get murky is when somebody add and take away. But note the 23rd verse, and please note it, because with us having this presentation, it denotes that we fear Yahweh, because we are reproving the houses of Israel and showing exactly what Yahweh has commanded his people. In doing so, it will allow man and Elohim to know that we truly fear him. Thus, the 23rd verse reads, "And thou shalt eat before Yahweh thy Elohim in the place which he shall choose to place his name there. And the tithe," it reads, "the tithe of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thy oil," all that denote produce, "and the fatlings of thy herds and of thy flocks." Why? What good is it for Brother Samuel to bring this truth forth today? It reads, "that thou mayest fear," going a little too fast, "that thou mayest learn." So if you learn and take heed to these instructions, it denotes your fear. If you do it or accept it or teach it any other way, it denotes your lack of fear thereof. Read with me, brothers and sisters. It says in the last sentence of the 23rd verse, "that thou mayest learn." See, when you learn in this truth, you learning to fear Yahweh, because this truth comes by his voice. It tells us that thou mayest learn to fear Yahweh thy Elohim. How long? Always, as long as you keep it the same, because Yahweh changes not. So the longer as you teach it as it is written, it proves that you fear Yahweh. Always, even in captivity. But if you add, if you diminish, if you call yourself doing the best you can, if you call yourself giving Yahweh the benefit of the doubt, it proves that you do not fear your Maker. That's how you can steal from your peoples, because you don't fear your Maker, nor their Father, which is none other than Yahweh. It tells us in the 24th verse, "And if the way," as I read in the note that I gave before we jumped into this lesson, "and if the way be too long for thee," dealing with the first year time that was supposed to be brought to the tribe of your brethren that Yahweh chose to place his name there. It reads, "And if the way be too long for thee, so that thou art not able to carry it." What is it? The produce. The agricultural produce. It reads, "or if the place be too far from thee. Like you live in Dan, and you had to come all the way down south to Jerusalem. It reads, which Yahweh thy Elohim shall choose to set his name there. When will this be, Yahweh? When Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee. Note how the word bless is attached to the time, and attached to the land, and attached to the produce that you are to give. The 25th verse reads, then shall thou turn it into money, and bind up the money in thy hand, and shall go into the place which Yahweh thy Elohim should choose. And just give your brother the money. If you agree with that, if that is your opinion, you are a fool, because you have just added or diminished from the instructions of the law that Yahweh has given his children concerning time. It continues to tell us, Israel, and all the houses of Israel, in the 26th verse, and thou shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lusts after. You are to buy the equivalent of what you sold to get the money, that the plight or the flight will be much easier from Dan to Jerusalem. And then when you get into Jerusalem, you're supposed to take that money that you sold all those produce to get, and then buy equivalent produce in Jerusalem, and that is your offering. And thou shalt bestow money for whatsoever thy soul lusts after. For oxen, it lets us know, not for a car, not for electricity in the building, not for a building, not for a vacation. It says for oxen, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatsoever thy soul desire, and thou shalt eat. There before Yahweh thy Elohim, and thou shalt rejoice, not be sad, not spend your money for that which is not bread. It says, thou shalt rejoice, thou in thy household. And the Levite that is within thy gate, where is your gate? Wherever you at, thou shalt not forsake him. Well, today, this ain't our gate, and guess what? You don't know where the Levite at either. So it lets us know this has nothing to do with us today. If we truly believe, know, and witness the words of Yahweh, this has nothing to do with us today, because we are not in our gates. We find ourselves in the enemy land, being servants and afflicted, needing to be saved out of this. Thus the 27th verse reads again, and the Levite that is within thy gates, thou shalt not forsake him. Well, you ain't got to worry about forsaking him. And what you say, why not, brother? Because you have been forsaken. The Almighty told us don't forsake the Levite while we was among our inheritance. Well, today we can't forsake him because we are forsaken of our inheritance. Thou shalt not forsake him, For he have no part nor inheritance with thee, nor do we today. Unless somebody can prove me wrong, I doubt it. The 28th verse reads, at the end of 3 years, thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thy increase. Please take note of the blessing. Please take note that which the Israelites tithed. It was the increase that they was blessed therewith. The tithe was only based on the increase of the land that they was blessed with. This increase was so great, it tells us that the blessings, according to Deuteronomy 28th chapter, shall overtake thee. So you could rest assured every year that land increased as long as you, the Israelite, was obedient to the covenant of the law. For the Almighty said, if you was obedient, you shall be blessed, to the extent that the blessings shall overtake thee. But if you were not obedient to these perfect laws, even the laws of time, ye shall be cursed. And I mean so much that the curses will overtake thee. Well, today we're cursed. There is no increase, brothers and sisters. Again, it reads in the 28th verse, at the end of 3 years, thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thy increase. Underline that. The same year, and shall lay it up within thy gate, because this was the time and season that you did not have to go to Jerusalem. It was paid, it was collected from your gate, the increase that Yahweh has blessed thee with. Thus, it reads in the last verse of Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, and it reads, and the Levite, why? Because he had no part nor inheritance with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, which are within thy gates. Not within thy captivity, not wherever you find yourself. It reads, within thy gate shall come and shall eat. It said what? And shall come and shall eat and be satisfied, as it read in Hosea 55, verse 1 to 3. That Yahweh, thy Elohim, note the increase. Note how the land increases. May bless thee in all the work of thy hand, which thy does. It also tells us one more place that we find the law of time in the 5th book of the law of Deuteronomy, and that is the 26th chapter. Let us all turn to the 26th chapter, please. And let's pick up at the 12th verse, the 26th chapter of Deuteronomy, and let's read the 12th to the 15th verse. And it reads, and tells one according to the law and the instructions thereof, when thou hast made an end, dealing with the times that you didn't have to make it to Jerusalem, dealing with the time where it was not instructed nor commanded to come to Jerusalem. It reads in Deuteronomy, the 26th chapter, the 12th verse, when thou hast made an end of time, all the tithe of thy increase. Please underline that, because you will have a better understanding of what tithes denote. It never denoted income. Income don't grow from the ground. Income is not born from an animal. So it has nothing to do with income. When you were taught income, that was grafted, as the Christians say they graft to the Israelites. I am saying the Israelites have grafted to the Christians. So that only comes from your teachers when they take heed of the teachings of the New Testament. That's the only time you will ever have the idea that your increase was income. That's the only place it comes from. That is Christianity. But you rarely want to talk about Christians, but you stand fast and hold fast to their teaching about the Sabbath and time. Do you not, Israel, say that you are keeping the Sabbath because Yahweh made the Sabbath way before the law? Do you not use that? That is the same thing. That theory come by way of Christianity. I don't advise you to search it, but many of you that know Christianity, you know where it comes from. And you sure know that it ain't coming out of this Holy Scripture that they call the Old Testament. It tells us again in this great chapter, the 26th chapter of Deuteronomy, the 12th verse, when thou hast made an end of time, all the tithes of thy increase, the third year, which is the year of time, and has given it into the Levite, the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, that they may eat, where at? Within thy gates, and be filled. Then thou shalt say before Yahweh thy Elohim. Many people can't say this. All of you are liars that have called yourself putting money in a basket, giving tithes in an envelope, or just handing out money. You have lied. You are not honest, nor are you on Yahweh's side. For it reads in the 13th verse, then thou shalt say before Yahweh. Excuse me, let me read that 12th verse, the last sentence of that 12th verse. And the widow, that they may eat within thy gates and be filled. Then thou shalt say before Yahweh thy Elohim, I have brought away the hollow things, those holy things, those consecrated things out of my house, and also have given them into the Levite as commanded, and into the stranger as commanded, to the fatherless as commanded, and to the widow according to all thy commandments, which thou hast commanded us. I have not transgressed thy commandments. Well, what do that mean? Would it be a transgression if our brother teach us that we are to give a tenth of our income where they can look good and where you can keep the lights on? Is that a transgression or not? It reads, and also have given them into the Levites and into the stranger, to the fatherless, to the widow, according to all thy commandments, according to all the instructions thereof, which thou hast commanded me. I have not transgressed thy commandment. A transgression is doing anything other than what Yahweh has said. So if you did it any other way, any other day, you have truly transgressed the commandment. And I started this off. Cursed be he that confirm not all, not blessed, not highly favored, but cursed be he that confirm not all the words of the law and do them. And all the people, all the upright ones said, amen. Not, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Neither have I forgotten them. Well, that could be possibly one excuse why the houses of Israel have more than one opinion dealing with the law of time. Maybe they can slick themselves out of it and just confess, well, I didn't know. I forgot. Maybe they can say, well, we didn't know, and the Jew man now was teaching that we was to pay on Saturday, and the Christians in there was teaching that we was to pay on Sunday, so we just roll with it. Maybe they can lie to us and say, well, maybe we just forgot. Other than that, and it don't make no difference if you did, it still denote transgressing against the law of time. I have not eaten thereof in my morning. Well, many people, that's what we hear. They done used it for light. They done used it for buildings. They done used it to bury their friends, their favorite ones. And if there's some members in there they weren't favorite with, they might didn't use no money to bury them, even though they didn't have the money to be buried, and they had their family out there begging instead of you using the money as you said you using it for, even though it denotes nothing but an abomination. I'm just establishing the truth. I'm not establishing that that is right to do. We are reading that it is not right to do. But we know, many of us that been in these houses of Israel, that been in these churches, we know that they have used that money and called it a tithe, and they have used it for everything under the sun. I have not eaten thereof. Note the tithe. It didn't say I have not spent thereof. I have not eaten thereof in my morning. Neither have I taken away aught thereof for any unclean use. Who can witness this? None of them. You say, why not, brother? Because they have never received a tithe. They have never received the increase, nor the blessing of the heritage of Jacob. How could you? You find yourself in your enemy's land, being a stranger, being under servitude and affliction. It reads, nor given aught thereof for the dead. And I unstated. I know for a fact many people have used the tithes to bury the dead, especially their friends, maybe their parents or their loved ones. But I have hearkened. That is the only way that you can be wise, upright, a witness, is to teach it as it is written. And based on what our fathers were saying in the wilderness, what would be said once these instructions are followed in the land, it reads, but I have hearkened to the voice of Yahweh my Elohim, and have done according to all. Please circle that word, all. That is the only way the law of time is acceptable. Other than that, you have transgressed. Your sacrifice is nothing but an abomination. According to all that thou hast commanded us. It reads in your Bible, commanded me. Look down from thy holy habitation, from heaven, and bless thy people, Israel. For that's where all the increases come from, by way of blessing. And the land, note what is blessed, the land, where your produce is coming from. If your land is not blessed, and the Almighty bring drought and famine upon your land, I guarantee you are not a recipient of an increase. I guarantee it. It reads, Israel, look down from thy holy habitation, from heaven, and bless thy people Israel, and the land which thou hast what? Given us. As thy swearest unto our fathers. And I had fussed with the houses of Israel for many years in that terrible teaching that our dwellings is wherever we at. And it made me so sad that I had to reprove my brothers, because in the reproval, it denoted that they really didn't know what Yahweh has given them. They really didn't know what the covenant was when he made with his friend Abram. They refused to read the 18th to the 22nd verse that is found in Genesis, the 15th chapter. They didn't know nothing about this, or they just wanted to lie. But we're going to know today. Thus it tells us one more time in the 15th verse, look down from thy holy habitation, from heaven, and bless thy people, Israel, and the land of Canaan, the promised land, the land that Yahweh said is the glory of all land, which thou hast given us. There's only one land that was promised to his friend. And that is found in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 18th to the 22nd verse, if you need to read. It says, which thou hast given us, as thy swears. Yahweh is not a liar. And every time I came so hard on Israel for teaching that our dwellings was wherever we was at, because you was trying to make Yahweh out of a liar. And I refuse to let you do so, as I am doing this day. For Yahweh is not a liar. You are. And that lying is one of the 7 abominations that he hates. So you might want to humble yourself. It reads, which he hath given us, as thy swears unto our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, a land that floweth with milk and honey. And how could it not flow with milk and honey when it is being blessed by the Creator that made it? And then it tells us that these things was told at Psalm 78, told us that they was told to their children, and their children told it to their children, that they may have hope in these words and not be like their fathers that trespassed, that lied, that offered sacrifices that only denoted an abomination. So let's go to 2 Chronicles, for that is the next time that we see tithes, and we see the law of tithe, and we see the law being executed as Yahweh has commanded our fathers way back when they found themselves in the wilderness. 2 Chronicles, the 31st chapter, please. And it informs us in 2 Chronicles, the 31st chapter, if we take a look at the 5th and 6th verse. 2 Chronicles 31, 5 and 6 read, I'll start at the 4th verse and read to the 6th. Moreover, he commanded the people that dwelt in Jerusalem to give the portion of the priests. And what is that called, Israel? The heave offering. The best, a tenth of the best of all the tithes that was collected, given to the Levites. It tells us that dwelt in Jerusalem to give the portion of the priests and the Levites, that they might be encouraged in the law of Yahweh. So what you teaching today will never encourage your brothers and sisters that have given you that money to do the law, because the Almighty is the right way, and he letting them know with you executing the law as it is written, it would encourage the Levites and the priests in the law of Yahweh. The 5th verse reads, and as soon as the commandment came abroad, the children of Israel brought in abundance the first fruits of corn, wine, and oil, and honey, and of all the increase, not all the income. They wasn't out there robbing people, but it says, and all the increase of the field. And the tithe of all things brought they in abundantly, because it was there. They were recipients of the blessing. Thus the land showed forth its increase, and they brought it all. It also tells us, if we take a look at the 12th verse of this great chapter, 2 Chronicles 31, and it tells us, and brought in the offerings and the tithe and the dedicated things faithfully. They wasn't found guilty. They did as we just read from Deuteronomy, the 26th chapter. They was honest. They were showing that they feared Yahweh. They learned to fear Yahweh by doing it as he has spoken, according to every word that is written. Thus, in closing and using this particular chapter and verses, let me read the 12th verse one more time, and it reads, and brought in the offerings and tithes and the dedicated things faithfully, over which Conaniah the Levite was ruler, and Shimei his brother was the next. So they did as they were commanded. It was not given into an impostor. It was not given into a stranger. It was given into the Levites as the law demands. The next place that we find, and you should understand this and note how ironic this is, because your brother has stated, and I wanted you to see, because many people have missed these things for many years. There is no rendering of tithes in the book of Exodus. And your brother has asked you, why not? Because they were not in the land that Yahweh was blessing. They were not in the land that was going to bring forth the increase, and because they were in the land of the enemy, where there was no peace. So the next place that your brother can take you based on those facts is in the book of Nehemiah. And what do the book of Nehemiah denote? And I might as well tell you, I'm not going to guess. I'm not going to allow you to guess, because I know what is taught in the houses of Israel. The book of Nehemiah denote Israel being in captivity. They have taught, when you read out of Nehemiah, the first chapter, Israel's still in captivity. Well, if that's the case, why isn't tithes mentioned when Israel was in Egypt? They was in captivity then. The only reason I am able to take you to the book of Nehemiah, because the book of Nehemiah denotes the time and the place where the Israelites had came from the captivity of Babylon. They are in their own land. The Levites and the priests are among them. The land is starting to be blessed. The land is producing increases. Thus, we have Nehemiah, the 10th chapter. Let's all turn to Nehemiah, the 10th chapter. And it tells us in Nehemiah, the 10th chapter, if we pick up at the 37th verse. Nehemiah, the 10th chapter, the 37th verse, please. And it reads, to the 38th verse. And that I'll start at the 36th verse. Matter of fact, excuse me, give me 1 second. Let me give you a better view of what you're reading. Let's start at the 33rd verse. And let's read to the 38th verse. And it reads, for the shewbread and for the continual meat offerings, because the houses of Israel have been lying about tithes and offerings. And some of them that took heed to my reproof, they kind of dropped the tithe. I said kind of. And they just was establishing offerings because they knew that there was a brother going around reproving Israel for teaching that they are to collect tithes among their brothers and sisters in captivity. Don't forget what I said at the beginning of this presentation. This flyer that we will introduce after these scriptures that I am producing dealing with this presentation has already been sent out to many of the houses of Israel by way of Samuel. It tells us, Israel, according to the 33rd verse of Nehemiah 10, for the shewbread and for the continual meat offering and for the continual burnt offering, and these things have only been done in our land. So it's a big lie when our brothers and sisters teach us that the book of Nehemiah, the first chapter, the book itself, it only has 13 chapters in it, they are in captivity. Unless they teaching the first chapter, they in captivity, and the rest of the chapters, they at home. Ain't no telling, because they are so confused. You're always going to be confused when you add or take away from Yahweh's word. It reads, and for the continual burnt offering of the Sabbaths. When Israel was under the Sabbath in their land, there was a continual burnt offering given. It is commanded. But they teach they under the Sabbath today in the enemy's land. But they also teach they can't give an offering. Ain't that something? You just split it up the law. You just caused the confusion. There is a controversy dealing with the law of time. And if we were truly under the law, truly in our land, we were to bring that controversy to the priest and the judge that will be there in that day, in the habitation of our brother whom Yahweh choose. And we was to bring this great controversy. How long halt you between two opinions of the covenant of the law? We was to bring this controversy to the priest, to the judge, and that same day, the controversy would be squashed. I wouldn't find myself on some form of social media teaching this, because the Almighty never commanded his people, when they find themselves in the enemy's land, you're going to have a brother on social media and he's going to correct you. You're going to have a brother on social media and he's going to teach you. But today, only because we're not under the covenant of the law, today, only because we don't find ourselves in the land of promise, we are having this presentation. And we're going to continue to reprove you. It reads, of the new moons, for the set feasts, and for the holy things, and for the sin offerings, to make an atonement for Israel, and for all the work of the house of our Elohim. And we cast the lots among the priests, the Levites, and the people for the wood offering, to bring it into the house of our Elohim, after the houses of our fathers, at times appointed, year by year, to burn upon the altar of Yahweh our Elohim, as it is written in the law. Anything other than that is a transgression. And to bring the first fruits of our ground, and the first fruits of all the fruit of all trees, year by year, into the house of Yahweh. Not what a tree can make. Many people say, well, we didn't bring the tree, but paper is made from the tree. So we coming with that. That is inappropriate. That is an abomination. It tells us in the 36th verse, we're going to go down to the 38th verse. The 36th verse says, also the firstborn of our sons and of our cattle, as it is written in the law, and the firstlings of our herds and of our flock, to bring to the house of our Elohim, and to the priests that minister in the house of our Elohim. The 37th verse reads, and that we should bring the first fruits of our dough, and not money. I know many of y'all call money dough. No, it's not talking about that. That come by way of Christianity. It's talking about dough, like making leavened bread, or making unleavened bread, or leavened bread. It's talking about the dough. It reads, and our offerings, and the fruit of all manner of trees, of wine, and of oil, and to the priests, to the chambers of the house of our Elohim. And those chambers were many times called storehouses. Not a bank account, not your wallet, not your class, but storehouses. It continued to tell us, to the chambers of the house of our Elohim, and the tithe of our ground, and the Levites, that the same Levites might have the tithes in all the cities of our tillage. This is not our tillage. I don't care what city you find yourself in today. And the priest, the son of Aaron, shall be with the Levite. When the Levite take tithes, and the Levite shall bring up the tithe of the tithes, that is another way of saying the heave offerings, and to the house of our Elohim, to the chambers, and to the great, or into the treasure house. So that's what we find in Nehemiah. After the Israelites came out of Babylon, they found themselves back in the land of promise. They found themselves back under the covenant of the law, with the priests and the Levites among them. We also find after they came out of Babylon, and the laws of time was reestablished in the land. Once the land became blessed and the increase of produce came forth, it tells us in Nehemiah, the 13th chapter. If we turn there, please. It's easy to quote. It's way more easier to confirm and to witness than to add and diminish. It's hard to add and diminish because the Almighty going to keep a spirit on somebody to witness His word. And when He do, as Proverbs 30, verse 5 and 6 state, ye shall be found a liar. Nehemiah, the 13th chapter, please. And let's take a quick look at the 5th verse. And it reads, and he had prepared for him a great chamber, where aforetime they laid the meat offerings, the frankincense, and the vessels, and the tithes of the corn, the new wine, and the oil, which was commanded to be given to the Levites, and the singers, and the porters, and the offerings of the priests. We also find in the 12th verse of this great chapter, Nehemiah 13, and it reads, and I'll pick up at the 11th verse, and it reads, then contend I with the rulers, as I am doing this day, and said, why is the house of Elohim forsaken by you adding and taking away? And I gathered them together and set them in their place. No more to opinion. Then brought all Yehudah, once they was corrected, once they understood, once they learned to fear Yahweh, the scripture tells us that the children of Israel that came out of Babylon, it reads in the 12th verse, then brought all Yehudah the tithe, once they was corrected. They wasn't taking it no other place. They wasn't giving it to some other brother. It says, then brought all Yehudah the tithe of the corn, and the new wine, and the oil into the treasures. And after they did those things, I just want to add this 14th verse. After they did those things, the brother, once he corrected them, reproved them, which was Nehemiah, it says, remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this. Remember that I reproved them with the spirit that you put upon me. I confirmed every word in front of them as it is written. Remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this, and wipe not out my good deed. It is a good deed to reprove your brother and sister and allow them to know all that Yahweh has said. That is a great deed. That I have done for the house of my Elohim and for the office thereof, the priests, the Levites. And it also tells us, before we go to the famous verse, chapter and verse, that many of our brothers and sisters of the house of Israel has truly distorted, which is the book of Malachi, the 3rd chapter. Let's take a quick look of what our fathers said, thought, and did while they were in their land, dealing with tithing. And we can find this truth if we turn to Amos, the 4th chapter, please. Let's all turn our Holy Scriptures to Amos, the 4th chapter, to allow us to know, as it read in Psalm 78, we were to teach our children this truth and the generations to come. And they would teach their children. Well, we call ourselves Israel. I do. I know who I am. It ain't about where I've been nor where I come from. but I know who I am, and that's what it's about. And if you know that you are the sons and daughters of the living Elohim, you know that these words belong to you, and you are able to see what your fathers have done, where, when, and why. Let us turn to Amos, the 4th chapter. It's easy to witness the truth. It's hard as hell to keep that lie going, because I'm going to get you. Amos, the 4th chapter, please. And it tells us in Amos, the 4th chapter, that not just you today, because you ain't considered. You ain't in the land. You ain't collecting tithes. But it allows us to know that many times we lied upon Yahweh. We had more than one opinion of the law of time. We did it leaning upon our own understanding. We just gave Yahweh the benefit of the doubt. Or we just confess to our brothers and sisters we're doing it the best we can. Thus we find in Amos, the 4th chapter, the 4th verse. And I'll read to the 6th verse. And it reads, come to Bethel and transgress at Gilgal. That don't sound like come and take heed of these instructions. That don't sound like they saying come and do all that Yahweh has said according to the law of time. It allows us to know that these people at this time was offering the sacrifices of an abomination. They were doing things as our teachers teach today, giving Yahweh the benefit of the doubt, or they plainly give up and just say, we're doing it the best we can. Thus we find in the 4th verse of the 4th chapter of Amos, come to Bethel and transgress at Gilgal, multiply transgressions, and bring your sacrifices every morning. And what? Your tithe every Sabbath, or every Saturday, or every 7th day. That's what you hear today. But in our Father's Day, it says after 3 years, which is truth. They just doing it in a funky way that denoted them transgressing this law of time. And offer a sacrifice of thanksgiving with leaven, and proclaim and publish the free offering. For this liken you. Don't forget, the offerings of Yahweh didn't come with leavened bread. They came with unleavened. But at this time, these people ain't taking heed to the instructions. So when they do it, they offering leaven. Thus, the last sentence says, O ye children. Well, before that, it says, the free will offering, for this like you. Talking about those that is not confirming every word. And ye children of Israel said, Yahweh Elohim. Or it reads again, for this like is you, O ye children of Israel, said Yahweh. The last verse that I will read is the 6th verse, and it says, and I also have given you cleanness of teeth. It's not talking about a great hygiene. It's talking about starvation. It reads, and I also have given you cleanness of teeth in all your cities, and want of bread in all your places. Yet have ye not returned unto me, saith Yahweh. Now let's turn to the famous chapter that the houses of Israel love to destroy, love to misconstrue, love to teach to Israel wrong, that they may continue to rob them. Malachi, the 3rd chapter, please. And we find these great words in the book of Malachi. And please denote, chronologically order, Malachi comes after the book of Nehemiah. And it denotes, just like it denoted in Nehemiah, that the Israelites have been saved out of the Babylonian captivity. They have been reestablished as Yahweh's children. They are back under the covenant of the law, and they are commanded to do all that Yahweh has commanded them, even all concerning the law of time. Thus, we find in the book of Malachi, the 3rd chapter. And let's start reading from the 7th verse. Malachi, the 3rd chapter, and let's all pick up at the 7th verse. And it reads, and it allows us to know that Yahweh changes not. Thus, the 7th verse reads, even from the days of your fathers. I can take you all the way back to Abraham. Ye are gone away from my ordinances, and have not kept them. Well, what is an ordinance? What is one of the ordinances dealing with the tithe? Well, one of them is that you were to collect the increase of the land that Yahweh blessed. That's one ordinance. Another ordinance is that you were to give it to the Levites. Another ordinance is that you, dealing with the first year, was to come to the place that Yahweh placed his name, and there you was to give all. And there's several other ordinances. I just want you to have an idea of what was just said in the 7th verse. It reads again, Israel, even from the days of your fathers, ye are gone away from my ordinances and have not kept them. Return unto me, and I will return into you, said Yahweh of hosts. But ye said, wherein shall we return? Ain't we doing it right? We collecting money. Will a man rob Elohim? Unfortunately, your brother must witness that they will. Not only will they rob Elohim, they will rob Elohim children. Will a man rob Elohim? That's a question, and I just answered it. Yet ye have robbed me. But ye say, wherein have we robbed thee? The answer is in tithes and offerings. This is not talking to a bunch of people that is under servitude and affliction. This is talking about people that was under the law of time in their land, under the covenant of the law, being recipients of blessings and seeing the land of the glory of all lands being increased. And you did everything other everything other than the ordinance of the law of time. That is what the accusation is being made against our fathers after they came out of Babylon. This here is probably about 200 years later. Thus it reads, again, in the 8th verse, will a man rob Elohim? Yet ye have robbed me. But ye say, wherein have we robbed thee? And many of you foolish teachers and Marays are going to ask me that. I have spoken to many Marays, and they have even hung up on me because I called them a thief, a robber of Yahweh's children. And you know who you are. I talked to you personally, and I haven't heard from you since, because you know it's the truth. If not, you would have been put me to shame. All of you. Like I said, I sent this flyer to all of the houses of Israel. Many times I might even found myself standing in the front of the houses of Israel passing these flyers out. And you took them. You didn't take heed, but you took them. It tells us, Israel, yet, in the 9th verse, ye are cursed with a curse, for ye have robbed me, even this whole nation. If you do it any other way, if you don't follow the instructions, you are robbing Yahweh if you find yourself in that land, among that blessing and those increases, and under the covenant of the law, which does not include none of us that hear these words. It reads in the 10th verse, bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be money, riches in my house. That is a transgression. It reads, that there may be meat, food, produce in my house. And test me, it reads, and prove me now. Herewith, said Yahweh of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven. When he opened up the windows, it denotes blessings. And those blessings are so great that it guarantees the increase of the land. Thus it tells us, bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be meat in my house, and prove me, test me now herewith, said Yahweh of hosts. If I will not open the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it. Let's stop, because I'm going to show you how you transgress, and I'm going to show you how you show your lack of fear and that you have never learned to fear Yahweh if you teach anything other than this. Because it just told us that Yahweh, all y'all that call yourself paying tithes, how long you been paying? 20, 30 years, depending on how long you've been taught that lie. How long the Marays been able to slick you. Well, answer me this, or riddle me this. When did you ever see Yahweh open the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing that there shall not be room enough to receive it. I'm waiting for all the witnesses who want to witness for their teacher, who want to witness for their moray, and be found a liar. For it tells us, and I will rebuke the devourer for your sake. Well, what the rebuke and the devourer was that which was among our fathers. And it denoted famine, it denoted locusts, whatever Yahweh used to destroy their increase, because they were robbing Yahweh. But it continues to tell us and allow us to know what this is saying. And I will rebuke the devourer for your sake, because now you paying tithes as the law requires in your land under the covenant of the law. And he shall not destroy the fruit of your ground, not the ground of your enemy. Neither shall your vine cast her fruit before the time in the field, not the field of your enemy, said Yahweh of hosts. And note, when you were in obedience, when you were under the covenant of the law, it reads, and all nations shall call you blessed, as it says in Deuteronomy the 4th chapter. When Israel is under the covenant of the law and doing all that Yahweh said, the scripture tells us that other nations would say, whoa, what a wise and understanding people as this, that have Elohim so nigh into them and all that they call upon him full. So it is a known fact, when the Israelites were under the covenant of the law in their land and they were obedient, all the nations seen the increase. They all seen the blessings upon such a great people. I'm waiting for someone to witness it today, to be able to call me and your Creator a liar. It reads, Israel, in closing. I'll stop at that note. I'll just read that verse again and stop right there. That's more than enough. It says again in the 12th verse of the 3rd chapter of Malachi, and all nations shall call you blessed, for ye shall be a delightsome land. Singular. Not a delightful world, not a delightful dwelling wherever you call yourself a dwelling or your dwelling. It said a particular land. And we are talking about the land that the Israelites find themselves in the days of Malachi. And that is none other than their dwellings, their own land, their inheritance, the land that Yahweh brought them in from Egypt to go in and possess forever. I made a statement earlier. I don't know if you caught it. I don't know if you've been keeping up, but it's on the recording, and you'll be able to hear it again and see where your brother is implying this great words that we find in Isaiah, the 58th chapter. And I am using these few chapters and verses to close the presentation. And then I will also teach that which we find on the flyer that your brother Shemuel and the house of Yisrael have tried to give to all the houses of Israel that he knew of and that he was able to connect or able to send them to. All the ones in my city, which is Cincinnati, Ohio, Many Marays that find themselves in Atlanta, that find themselves in Florida, those people know that Brother Samuel sent them this flyer by way of mail. I bought the envelopes, I bought the stamps, and I sent them to their current address at that time. And like I said, this flyer been out for several years now. So we will end with the flyer. But right now, I want to end this part of the presentation with us going to Isaiah 58, where I can show you something that should blow your mind. Isaiah 58, please. Dealing with the law of time. And dealing with where all the tithes and offerings have ever came from. And that is no other place than the land that Yahweh promised his friend Abram. And you can find that land in Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 18th to the 22nd verse. It was the land of Canaan. Yahweh called that land the glory of all lands. Isaiah 58, please. And it tells us something very, very beautiful in Isaiah 58 that people have jumped over so many times they probably just didn't understand, because they didn't understand everything else they was doing, dealing with tithes. So you definitely ain't going to understand this. It's too holy. As the tithe supposed to be holy. It tells us in Isaiah the 58th chapter. And I want to jump straight to the point that your brother wants to reveal to you, to show you how great the land is, the increase of the land, the blessing of the land, and the land that Yahweh promised Abraham, Isaac, and the Israelites. It tells us in Isaiah the 58th chapter, if we take a look at the last verse, which is the 14th verse, and it reads, "Then shall thy delight thyself in Yahweh." Look up the word delight. "And I will cause thee to ride upon the high places. There is not another place in the world higher than the land that Yahweh has chosen." Thus, we'll tell you again, he called it the glory of all lands. It reads, "Of the earth, and feed thee with the" what? Do it say heritage? Please look up the word heritage. "Of Jacob thy father." What is the heritage of Jacob thy father? And this promise comes out of the mouth of Yahweh, for it reads, "For the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it." Well, all right, here go another time that you can call your creator a liar. I won't let you, but you can, based on your lack of understanding. What we just read is allowing us to know when one is actually and truly keeping the laws, they will be keeping the Sabbath as it is commanded, with all the ordinances and judgments thereof. And for doing so, the Almighty said out of his mouth, Then shall thou delight thyself in Yahweh, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father. Do y'all know what the heritage of Jacob means? Did you know what includes or what is included in the heritage of Jacob? Based on all this information we have given today, have you not seen, have you not heard with your own eyes and ears that the tithes, that the increase, that the blessing of the land is Jacob's heritage? Did you not catch that? Maybe it went over your head. Thus, let us take a look at Deuteronomy, the 32nd chapter, and let's read the 15th verse. Let's see, have your brother just conjured up something great, or is this the word of your Creator? Deuteronomy, the 32nd chapter, the 13th verse, please. By the law and by the testimony will we always show the difference. We will always be able to make a difference between the holy and that which is not holy. Deuteronomy, the 32nd chapter, please. And we that have studied this book, we know that Deuteronomy denotes the time that Yahweh has allowed Moses to put the blessings upon the people. And those blessings are the same blessings that Jacob, their father, put upon the 12 tribes of Israel. Thus we find in Deuteronomy, the 32nd chapter, if we all turn there, please, and let's pick up at the 13th verse. But instead of giving it up so quick, I'd rather start at the 7th verse to allow you to learn to fear Yahweh. It reads in Deuteronomy, the 32nd chapter, the 7th to the 13th, or I will take you all the way to the 14th verse, and it reads, remember the days of old. And don't forget why I took you here. You are supposed to be reading this to learn. And you are seeing how comparable that Deuteronomy 32, 7 to 14 is to what you just read in Isaiah 58, verse 14, dealing with the heritage of Jacob. Thus, it reads in the 7th verse, remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. As thy fathers, as we told you in Psalm 78. And he will show thee as the elders, and they will tell thee, the faithful ones, that is, when the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, note, their land. When he separated the sons of Adam, that's all the nations on the earth. He set the bounds of the people according to his chosen. It reads, according to the number of the children of Israel. For Yahweh's portion is his people. And what people is he denoting? It reads, Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. What did that say? Did it say Jacob is the lot of Yahweh's inheritance? And does it not say in Isaiah 58, verse 14, that they that was obedient under the law, keeping the Sabbath and all the things that Yahweh required as he has commanded, that they will be riding on the high places of the earth, and that they will be a recipient of the heritage of Jacob? And your brother just allowed us to know that the heritage of Jacob has everything to do with time. It has everything to do with the blessing and the increase of that great land. That's a reward. It is a blessing. Thus it reads in the 10th verse. He found him. Who? Jacob. Israel. Him in a desert land. In the waste, howling wilderness. And he led him about. He instructed him, and we just gave the instructions that we found dealing with the law of time. He instructed him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. That's why the Almighty promised to destroy your enemy. The Almighty promised to curse him that cursed thee. The Almighty promised that you can rest assured all this hell, all this death will not go unpunished. He said, you might forget, but I'll never forget, because I have told the world you are the apple of my eye, and I am going to get all of you that have furthered the affliction on them. The 11th verse reads, as an eagle stir up her nest, feathers over her young, spread it abroad her wings, denote protection, takes them, bears them upon her wings. So Yahweh alone did lead him, and there was no strange God with him. And note what he did. He made Israel he made him ride on the high places. Ain't that what we just read? Did we just read that in Isaiah 58:14? Well, let's keep reading. Of the earth, that he might eat. Please take note. They said you want to be fed by the heritage of Jacob. Well, here it's talking about the heritage of Jacob and what they will find and what they ate. It says that he might eat the increase. Note the inheritance. Note the tithe. Tithe is the increase. The increase of the field, not the increase of no money. That has never been promised. I don't even want that. I'd rather have the increase of the field than money any day, if you have understanding. It says, he made him ride on the high places of the earth, that he might eat the increase of the field, and he made him to suck honey out of the rock, and oil out of the flinty rock. The last verse I'll read is the 14th verse to prove without a shadow of a doubt what the heritage of Jacob denotes. It only denotes the great land being blessed, it being increased. It denotes the time. It reads, butter of kine. And note what the time consists of. The fruit of the ground and these animals. Nothing else. And the promise that Yahweh gives to them that find themselves under the Sabbath, under the covenant of the law, doing it, he promised them this when it says that you will eat of the heritage of Jacob. It tells us butter of kine and milk of sheep, with fat of lambs and rams of the breed of Bashan, and goats with the fat of kidneys of wheat. And thy did drink the pure blood, not cannibalism, not dealing with the dead, but it's talking about produce, the pure blood of the grapes. Is not Isaiah, the 58th chapter, the 14th verse, does it not denote the great law of time being in that great land? And does it not denote those that are obeying the law, keeping the Sabbath as the Almighty commanded in that land, that they will be a recipient of Jacob's inheritance? And the only recipients, or the only equivalent of the heritage of Jacob, is the great land, and the increase thereof, which is the glory of all land. The next section of this presentation, I'll try to speed it up. We're doing perfect time. And that is the flyer that your brother declares and proclaims that he has sent to many of the houses of Israel throughout the country of America. And we sent this flyer out to reprove our brothers, because we noticed that many of our brothers and the teachers thereof had more than one opinion about the law of time. So this is what we brought forth. And this presentation is based off of this great flyer that we made up and sent forth to the houses of Israel several years ago. And it was called, and we still have copies, it was called The Trumpet. And the question that I posed was, am I my brother's keeper? Under that, it says the subject of the month. And the subject of that month was tithes. You will find that we asked 7 questions. And all 7 questions contained what we just went over these last 3 hours. These 7 questions contains every word that we just went over these last 3 hours. Thus, the first question that we find on the flyer is, how is tithes defined in the Holy Scripture? And note, when you get one of these flyers, you will note and see that we did not just oppose a question, but we answered the question for our brothers and sisters. That way you have no room to err anymore once you read this reproof. So the first question again was, how is tithes defined in the Holy Scriptures? And we answered, 1/10 of all your increase of the seed of the field, and the firstlings of the herds and flocks. And we requested the Morays and anybody else that we have passed these flyers to read Deuteronomy 14, verse 22, 29, which we have already done. which you have been blessed with, I'm just letting them know, it denotes which you have been blessed with. Also, we told them to read Genesis 28:22, where you will find what our father Jacob vowed. And we also directed them to Leviticus, the 27th chapter, the 30th to the 32nd verse. The next question that you will find, and they found on the flyer, reads or asks, have Yahweh Almighty ever commanded his children, the children of Israel, to give or to pay their tithes anywhere they were at? And we answered that question also. And the answer was absolutely not. There's only one geographical location or nation that the Creator commanded his people to bring their tithes, and that is the land of Canaan. The glory of all lands are the nation of Israel. And we told them to read the same chapters we read today, Deuteronomy 12:8 to the 12th verse. Also, Deuteronomy 14:22 to 26. And we also told them to read Deuteronomy 26:7 to 15, Exodus 3:8, and Deuteronomy 31 verse 7. The third question of the flyer reads, was the tithe a common collection to help one in his or her endeavors? And that's what most people teach. They say, well, we collect tithe, we keep the lights on, we get a building, we need this money collected. That way the teachers can get whatever resources they need to teach you right where he's been teaching us wrong. But anyway, the question is, was the tithe a common collection to help one in his or her endeavors? The answer is no. All, A-L-L, all the tithes was holy and proclaimed a hallowed thing and a blessing. And we instructed them to read Leviticus 27 verse 30, also Deuteronomy 26:12 and 13. The fourth question that was found on the flyer, and it reads, if Yahweh changed not, according to Malachi 3:6, and Numbers 23 verse 19, and I got in parentheses, please read, then when was silver, please take note, when was silver and gold commanded to take precedence over the blessed firstlings of seed and animals? So I'm letting y'all know these questions been opposed to the house of Israel by your dear brother. They've been got this information, and they still are lying to you. They are still robbing you, even though they got all the facts before them. And we answered. We asked them to read Deuteronomy 14, verse 25-26. I also threatened them by way of warning, and I told them to please remember Proverbs 30:6, which says, to not add or take away from the pure words of Yahweh. And if you do, you will be found a liar. So to answer, if Yahweh changed not, according to Malachi 3 and 6, and Numbers 23, verse 19, then when was silver and gold commanded to take precedence over the blessed firstlings of seed and animals? And it was never commanded. That is done by way of you learning Christianity. And since I said that, and I've given the answer to the fourth question, we got 3 more to go. But before we go to the fifth question, based on what was just said in the fourth, dealing with silver and gold, I would like to take you to a place that many Marays exploit to continue to trick you and rob you by way of tithes, or just by way of your money. And let's take a quick look at Exodus, the 30th chapter, please. And then we'll pick back up and do the last 3 questions, and we will close this presentation. Let us all please turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 30th chapter, please. Exodus, the 30th chapter, please. And let's pick up at the 11th verse. And we will read to the 16th verse. And many people have used and misconstrued this chapter and verse to continue to include their lie, dealing with tithes, dealing with offerings, and dealing with getting anything they can out of your pocket. They have used it Exodus 30. And what we find in Exodus 30, it reads at the 11th verse, and Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, when thou take the sum of the children of Israel after their number, and this is like a census, this is like counting the people. It reads, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul into Yahweh. When thy numbers them, that there be no plague, please take note why they are doing this, among them, when thy numbers them, this they shall give every one that passes among them that are numbered. Half a shekel is not a tenth of nothing. Half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary. And it tells us a shekel is 20 grafts. And half shekel shall be the offering of Yahweh. This has nothing to do with you being in America, being a servant and afflicted. It has nothing to do with you going in your pocket for no reason in the world. This is telling our fathers when they found themselves in the wilderness what will be done and what is required of them when they are numbered. And it denotes staying away from a plague, and it denotes making atonement for them. It reads in the 14th verse, everyone that passed among them that are numbered from 20 years old and above shall give an offering unto Yahweh. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less. Then have a shekel. When they give an offering unto Yahweh to make an atonement for your soul. It has nothing to do with time. And thou shalt take the atonement money. It has nothing to do with time. Nor the fake day of atonement that you call yourself doing in America. It reads in closing in the 16th verse, and thou shalt take the atonement money of the children of Israel, and shall appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. If you want to know what that means and how that was ever done, all you got to do is go back in the book of Nehemiah. That it may be a memorial into the children of Israel, a remembrance into the children of Israel before Yahweh. For what? For tithe and offerings? It reads, to make an atonement for your soul. And please, mind you, where the atonement was always made, and remind yourself, based on what you read, what Yahweh required of them when they were numbered. Has nothing to do with time. Has nothing to do with offerings. It has nothing to do with the so-called lie that our brothers have taught us that we are here to make an atonement. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with following the instructions of the covenant of the law while they found themselves under it. So your pastors, your marays should not be able to use these words on you anymore unless you just want it. Because sometimes we guilty. Sometimes we guilty. I told my brother that yesterday I'm kind of tired of pointing the finger at the marays and them. I'm going to need to start pointing the finger at the people because you find yourself very gullible. Some of you are doctors and lawyers and educators, and your teachers read the same way you read, and you can't even see it. You're supposed to be educated. How he get that off of you? Is it because you wanted to? You want him to? Is it because you are willing to be rebellious? You are willing to be robbed? You are willing to be taken advantage of? So sometimes I think I need to blame you, especially when somebody show you the difference. Again, dealing with the flyer, we should find ourselves at the 5th question, and it is, according to Yahweh's divine plan of time, for it is truly divine, he called it holy. According to Yahweh's divine plan of time, was there ever a system set up by Yahweh that instructed the Israelites to borrow from the hollow things, such as the tithes? And that question is opposed to the houses of Israel, because I know for a fact that they had people born from the money that they gave up that they thought was tithes. And when the people brought that money back, they had to bring interest with that. And that's all they counsel. That come from man. We haven't read one word about that in the Holy Scriptures. And I have shown you all the places dealing with the law of time. But our brothers teach that in their way of stealing and robbing the people. So we answered that question, which was again, according to Yahweh's divine plan of time, was there ever a system set up by Yahweh that instructed Israel to borrow from the holy things such as the tithes? And the answer was no. And we told them to please read Leviticus 27:31, which we have already read today, dealing with the interpretation of the word redeem. And I asked, when we was given the first part of the presentation, I asked the listening audience to look it up, which means to buy back, not borrow. And you can find the definition of that word redeem in the Strong's Concordance under 1350. And that is on the flyer. So all the answers was on the flyer. We didn't leave it up to them to come up to a conclusion. We didn't leave it up to them to continue with another opinion. We got the truth right under the question. The sixth question. The sixth question on the flyer was, who was supposed to be recipients of the holy tithes, according to all that we have brought forth this day, according to all the words of the law of times that you find in your holy scriptures? The question was, who was supposed to be the recipients of the holy tithe? And we answered it. The Levites, the fatherless, the widow, and the stranger that was born in our house and bought with our money. It says, based on the question, how then is it that these churches, and congregations have the widow and fatherless paying tithes today? Even though they ain't, even though they robbing you of your money, but no, they robbing the same people that if they were in the land, if they were under the covenant of the law, they would have been the recipients of it. Well, they got the recipients paying it in a defiled land, got the recipients thinking that they owed Yahweh. They will readily take the recipients of the tithes that denote the fatherless and the widow, and they will hurry up and take you to Malachi 3 and tell you that you are robbing the Almighty if you ain't going in your purse and in your pocket. And in reality, under the covenant of the law, the widow and the fatherless would have never paid. They are the recipients. Nor would the Levite would have paid. He is the recipient. But today, under these Moray teachings, they got whoever in the heck they can get to go in their pocket thinking they paying tithes. And we told them, based on that sixth question, read again, please, Deuteronomy 14, verse 27 to 29, also Deuteronomy 26, verse 12. And the last question that we find on the flyer that your dear brother have sent out to all the houses of Israel that he possibly could have contacted. I got way more flyers, so I didn't run out of flyers. I might just didn't have your information. But if I had it, I sent it to you, and you know it. The seventh question, the last question that we find on the flyer that we sent out to all the houses of Israel. When was the tithes to be paid or offered unto Yahweh? The question again, when was the tithes to be paid or offered unto Yahweh? And we stated in answering the question, there were two tithes to be offered according to Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter, the 22nd to the 27th verse. This is the yearly tithes that were brought to Jerusalem. So we answered it. First time is the yearly tithe, which was brought to Jerusalem. We told them, please read Deuteronomy 14, 28, and 29, dealing with the offering every 3 years. So we told them to read Deuteronomy 14, 22 to 27, to read the first year time, and then we asked them to read Deuteronomy verse 28, 29, dealing with the offering every 3 years, which these churches and these congregations and these maraes of the houses of Israel have the people paying every week, every so-called Shabbat, every Saturday, every 7th day, which you will never find written in your holy scriptures. So is what they teaching a transgression or not? If you can't find it in the instructions of all, I ask you a question today, the listening audience. Is it not a transgression? Is it not an abomination that they offer this day? I will close the presentation on that note. We will open up the presentation, which was called Israel. How long halt you between two opinions of the law of time? And we will open up for comments and questions. Hallelujah, hallelujah, and shalom. Is there any comments or questions? You might could take yourself off mute, but is there any comments or questions? Let's talk up, because many of you have read it, so I should hear many comments, at least the approval that there is only one opinion, and that opinion is the word of Yahweh. So we should sign off on that truth, at least by saying hallelujah or amen. Is there any comments or questions?
Shalom.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Shalom, Israel. We can hear you. Speak up, please.
This is Sister Danya. Thank you for this presentation. I really like how you brought out that the heritage of Jacob is the land, because we keep trying to lose sight that the land was a promise.
Yes, we do. Many people don't even know the land. How can you acknowledge the land when you're teaching your dwellings is wherever you at? So you didn't know where the land was. You don't understand the heritage of your father.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Great comment, my sister. And it allows us to know that you're truly paying attention. Is there any other comments or questions? Wisely spoken, my sister. Is there any other comments or questions? Or rebuttals? Some of you might want to stand up for your teacher's teachings instead of confirming these great words. So if you would like to, I'm willing to listen. Because I talk to many people, especially when it's in the dark, they hurry up and witness for what they are doing. They hurry up and speak for their teacher's teachings. Well, speak up. It's your time. And if you ain't going to speak up, well, speak against them and quit going in your pockets, in your pocketbooks. Quit being a bunch of fools.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. This is Deborah in Virginia. Hallelujah. Great class, thorough class. Hallelujah. All praises to the Most High. Very good. And I really like the way you picked up on the fact that some of these, some crafty camp leaders they realize they're doing wrong, so they changed it to offerings, because that's the big thing out there now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, send up your offerings every day. They hounded them for these offerings to not only, you know, and they're not helping the widows, the fatherless, and so forth. Instead, they're talking down against the widowers and the fatherless. They're talking about the fatherless and calling them all kinds of stuff, saying, you know, their mamas was hoes and all kinds of stuff. I mean, just disgracing the brothers and sisters out here instead of trying to help them. But also, they're using their so-called offerings to take trips to go all around the world to supposedly, you know, spread the word, but they're really just trying to build their own kingdom. But yes, thank you for bringing us out and for sending that letter out. You know, I really thank the Most High for your integrity to do that, because a lot of congregations, they will sit and use the error of other people as, you know, as subject matter for they messages on their Shabbat, and and they will never go to that brother and tell him of his errors, because they just want to use it as subject matter for their class, so they can, you know, basically get more tithes. But yeah, you know, I feel really upset for the years that I was in Christianity, all the tithes, all the nights and days that I felt grieved in my spirit because I had to take my so-called tithes money to pay a bill as a single parent, and still was given the most that I could give. And man, even went to one church back in the day where if you didn't pay your tithes, they will put your name in the program and put you out there and say this person didn't pay tithes, you know. So yeah, it's been a nightmare, but all praises to the Most High. He's opened our eyes. He brought us out of that darkness, and I just want to thank you for bringing out all these truths. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And I want to thank you and each and every one of you for lending the ear that ye may hear, that you may fear Yahweh and confirm these words. And I advise all of you, if you have any information on the teachers that you ever been through, that you ever paid tithes to, share this truth teaching. Share it. Don't be scared. Don't hold it to yourself. Share it. Bold. Be bold as a lion. Do not fear man, because Yahweh is going to be with the right. And all that we have brought forth today is right. That was very wisely spoken, my sister.
Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions?
This is Sister Danya again.
Yes,
I just
ma'am.
want to add to what the sister was saying, where they're calling it offerings. Well, Ezekiel 20, verse 40 says offerings are holy things, so they're not allowed to collect offerings either.
Absolutely. And it also warned us when we took the people to Malachi 3. It says the tithes and offerings.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Very wisely spoken, ladies. Is there any other comments or questions? Well, I want to hear something from the men, because y'all was slick too. As they say, they slicked me too. You was there too. Let me hear something from the men. Because a lot of you men know what I'm saying. Some of you men have seen the same things I've seen. You're borrowed from your tithes. You gave that long, short 5% more of what you borrowed. That was a transgression. That denoted abomination. Is there any other comments or questions? I'm not going to call you men out. If you don't want to speak, don't speak. But you should be a witness for your Creator. Each and every presentation that your brother have ever given out was only to be given to witness for our Creator. That way, all the glory goes to Him. If you are a liar, if you have lied to His people, you have robbed His people, you are guilty for one of the abominations that He hates, and that is a liar. So you ain't got to speak up if you don't want to for your Creator. I will. Is there any comments or questions? Because if not, I'm going to hang on up. Ain't no sense of hanging on here. I already laid the facts down. It's up to you if you want to keep being robbed.
That's right.
Denim, y'all know who I'm talking to. Many of these classes, y'all know who I'm talking about. Y'all go to these classes. You listen to these people. They just gave out a presentation a couple of days ago dealing with tithes. In particular, the house of Israel in Atlanta. So speak up. Don't fear no man. These words are for our children. At least, even if we play the fool, let's speak up. That way our children know. Yeah. We might be in the recipients of the food. We might have got slicked in there, but let's speak up where our children won't get slicked.
And nobody come with any scriptures on the contrary. They can't come with any. That's the thing.
Begging.
They still hold on. Yeah, they just twisting the word.
But we readily call ourselves Israel. How can you call yourself Israel if you can't witness for your Creator? You ain't Israel. Let me hear Israel.
No, but they will witness for their football teams and stuff, but you ain't gonna witness for the Most High. Yeah, better cry out.
Be all on these podcasts and all that debate and all that mess. Well, debate this.
I think it's a lack of fear. They fear man over Yah.
Man.
And that's a fool. That's a fool. We tried to tell them that by way of the words of wisdom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel so sad that we, the people that call themselves the children of Yahweh, cannot confess the truth to help one another. See, when we confess the truth, we helping one another, and we giving Yahweh all the glory.
Yeah.
The Almighty hand ain't short, nor is his ear heavy. If you was truly keeping the Sabbath, if you were truly paying tithes as Yahweh have instructed according to the law of time, the Almighty promised that he will open the windows of heaven and give you a blessing that you will not have room to receive. My sisters just reported many times they went in their purse and they couldn't even pay their bills. Being widows, being fatherless. But we're going to give a man an honor. We're going to even continue to honor him and call him a moray, call him a teacher. You got to be kidding. You supposed to call.
They need to be stripped of those titles. My goodness.
Yes, they should. Yes, they should. Because the label that Yahweh put on them is robbers. He called his people greedy dogs that will never have enough. So they will hurry up and say, "Oh shoot, Samuel on the tithes. Well, let's be greedy and let's be slick, and we'll just say, give us the offerings then." The Almighty said his people that talk like that are greedy dogs that will never have enough. So they will never have enough. They don't care what you going through. They want their money.
Yeah.
And if you fool enough to pay it, so be it. Cursed be he that trusts in man. And then they try to be so slick. They they use the authority role. They'll take you to Deuteronomy 18 and 18. Tell you that it's only one. It's only going to be one at a time. And I'm the one. And then they take you to Exodus 21. Or I think it's Exodus 21, and use verse 22 and 23 where it's talking about thou should not reveal the rulers. That ain't got nothing to do with time. You using those scriptures against those that lack understanding to try to scare and install fear in them when they should be fearing these words.
Hell.
I know all the angles. Right. So share these messages to anybody you please. Because if they want a rebuttal, send them to me.
Who even gave them the authority to collect the tithes in the first place?
They self. Based on all the words we just read, the answer is they self. They counsel. My teacher told me back in the day that they had come together. I wasn't in it, but they came together. These things was already established before I even entered to those classes. But the reasoning that was given to us that they have came together in their council, and they said it will be wiser to tell the people to pay tithes every Saturday than to go with what is written, because they didn't want the people to sin. They come to their conclusion that they know that the people would not be able to save their tithes for 3 years, so they'll wind up sinning against Yahweh. So instead of you sinning against Yahweh, they conjured up Saturday. That's where it comes from. Yep. That's why you go to class and pay every Saturday. But mind you, where that teaching come from. Mind you, where that theory come from. It comes by way of Christianity.
Yes. Indeed.
The money, the income, all that comes from Christianity. But they will readily say they are against the Christians. They are against Jesus, but you readily use their theory. You readily use their words. But you keep telling us you're against them. Then why are you using their words? Even dealing with the Sabbath. Y'all teach the same way that the Christians teach about the Sabbath. Well, the Sabbath was already made. All the Israelites say that when you correct them. And that is the same thing they're saying about tithes. The Christians teach they pay tithes because tithes was already being paid before the law. But that ain't no different than what our brothers saying today when they collect tithes. That comes by way of Christianity. You don't have to look it up. I'm telling you. But many of you that have been Christians, that have been snared in the books of these New Testaments, you know that's what's written in there. You know where they got it from. They just painted it with a Hebrew brush.
Yeah.
Is there any comments or questions? Or rebuttals? If there isn't any other comments or questions, I truly appreciate each and every one of you for lending an ear that ye may hear, that you may confirm these great words and fear Yahweh and depart from evil. One more time, is there any comments or questions? If there is not, let us all please go ahead, sister.
I just wanted to make another comment about the directory. If anybody wants their name included, give a contact information, please text that to me at 804-398-0982. Again, that's 804-398-0982. All right.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And thank you for remembering to bring that back up, because I truly forgot. I'm all tied up and fired up on these ties, and I truly forgot. So I'm great. Appreciate that you bringing it back up. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
We are trying to get a directory together. The sister, Debar, has given her information, who is one of the people that's getting the directory together. So please contact her. Leave your information, because we don't know what tomorrow going to bring. Tomorrow is not promised to us. That way we can keep in touch with one another. That's all it's about. If there isn't any other comments or questions, in closing, let us all please turn our Holy Scriptures to Psalms 40. And this psalm is the psalm that we left on the flyer. So I'm going to end it as it is written on this flyer with Psalms 40. And it reads, I waited patiently. Well, I'm going to read it for us all. It reads, we waited patiently for Yahweh, and he inclined unto us and heard our cry. He brought us up also out of an horrible pit, out of the murky clay, and set our feet upon a rock, and established our goings. And he had put a new song in our mouth. We got the true words of the law of time. It reads, even praises into our Elohim. Many shall see it and understand it, and fear, and shall trust in Yahweh. Blessed is that man that make Yahweh his trust and respect not the proud. We ain't going to be no respected person. We don't care who the brother or sister is. It reads, nor such as turn aside to lies. We're not going to turn to lies no more. Many, Yahweh, or Elohim, are thy wonderful works, which thy has done, and thy thoughts, which are to us work, they cannot be reckoned up in order unto thee. If we would declare and speak of them, they are more than can be numbered. Sacrifice and offerings thy did not desire, especially in captivity. Our ears has thy opened. Many of us have heard this day. Burnt offerings and sin offerings has thy not required. Then said we, lo, we come in the volume of the book. It is written of us. We delight to do thy will, O our Elohim. Yea, thy law is within our hearts. We just know we can't do it. That don't mean it ain't in our hearts. That don't mean that is what that does not mean we do not desire it. That does not mean that we are not waiting on Yahweh to come save us and bring us back into the bond of the covenant, where we will have the choice between life and death. Thus it reads, we have preached righteousness in the great congregation. Lo, we have not refrained our lips. Yahweh, thou knowest. We have not hid thy righteousness within our hearts. We're going to share these words. We have declared thy faithfulness and thy salvation. We have not concealed thy loving kindness and thy truth from the great congregation. Withhold not thee thy tender mercy from us. O Yahweh, let thy loving kindness and thy truth continually preserve us. And I'm going to go ahead and read the last 5 verses, and it reads, for immiscible evils have compassed us about. Our iniquities have taken hold upon us, so that we are not able to look up. They are more than the hairs of our heads. Therefore, the reason why our hearts fails us. Be pleased, O Yahweh, to deliver us. Yahweh, make haste to help us. Let them be ashamed and confounded together that seek after our souls, to destroy it by way of tithes and offerings. Let them be driven backwards and put to shame that wish us evil. Let them be desolate for a reward of their shame that say unto us, aha. Let all those that seek thee rejoice and be glad in thee. Let such as love thy salvation say continually, Yahweh be magnified. And the only way that you can magnify Yahweh is confirming every word. Thus it reads, but we are poor and needy, and they still robbing us. Yet Yahweh thinketh upon us. Thy art our help and our deliverer. Make no tarrying, O our Elohim. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Shalom, family.
Shalom, family. Shalom, everyone.
Shalom, shalom, family. Hallelujah. Everybody take care.
Everybody have a good week.